world was made up of this brotherhood of man, for whatever that means. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head, and I feel it a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high, and I feel to the top of my lungs what's going on. And I say, hey, and he prays. Oh my God, do I pray? I pray to see good things. And I say, hey, I say, what's going on? And I say, just keep it inside. Learn how to hide your feelings. What's going on? Yeah! 25 years and my life is still trying to get off that great big hill of hope for a destination. "25 years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. And I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, for whatever that means. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head, and I feel it a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high, and I feel to the top of my lungs what's going on. And I say, hey, institution.
And he prays.
Oh my God, do I pray? I pray to sing your thee. For revolution. And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, what's going on? And I say, don't, yeah. Just keep it inside. Learn how to hide your feelings. What's going on? Yeah. 25 years and my life is still trying to get off that great big hill of hope for a destination. 25 years and my life is still trying to get off that great big hill of hope for a destination. And I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man. For whatever that means. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel it, a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high. And I feel the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, I say, what's going on? And he tries. Oh my God, do I try? I try all the time in this institution.
And he prays.
Oh my God, do I pray? I pray to sing your thee. For revolution. And I say, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I say, what's going on? And I say, don't, yeah. Just keep it inside. Learn.
There we go. And finally, I'm live. Sorry about that, y'all. Just a minute ago, I still look like a VTuber when I just woke up. Slept for a little too long today, but I'm ready for it. Hello, Argo. She also there. Alright, so hello everyone, my name is Amy. To anyone who is new to watching me, I'm an indie/fan game developer working on Freedom Planet fan game. Freedom Planet Academy / Shingo Architect. I'm also taking some time, specifically today, for the next 4 hours or so, to work on, things to forget, to work on the Spade FP2 mod that Kubo is working on. I'm providing the sprites, and he is providing the code, so that we can have a fully playable Spade, Panda, and Freedom Planet 2 as a mod, the PC version. Obviously, the consoles are too locked down for this sort of thing. I'll just do a camera check. I really do need a second monitor for this sort of thing at this point. I really do. Oh, love my hair. Alright, so. Alright, and on today's priority list, we need to try to finally wrap up the spring animation, which has already taken 2 streams to do. That's no good. It's not been easy, as you can see, trying to make things work not only from a 3D perspective, but getting his head to look right at that angle. Not the end of the world, we just need to make these make the perspective work, and then the shading can follow from there. That's right, let me go to the sequel channel and get Trelina's edits of these. They've been taking a crack at this. This is the sequel chat in the Shingo Architect server where we've been communicating about this. Would have gotten these before the stream, but again, slept a little too much. Which should be a good thing today. Here we go. Yeah, Trelina just did this. A while ago. Save the image. Oh, whoops. That was next project sprites, but nothing too spoilery. So we'll go to game projects. Exports. Put it here. Okay, let's close Discord. It's not great for my laptop to stream and have Discord open at the same time. It is not. Go close it. Alright, and let's see now. Raise up the camera. I've been trying to sit upright more often at the desk because given the chair that I have right now, nothing too fancy, trying to lean back while drawing has been really bad for my back. I'm going to be 35 this year, so I really need to start caring about that. So let's go here to my game projects, Spade. That's a streaming app off the exports folder. Here we go. Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling it with the the hair covering the eyes personally, but let's see. And yes, this, like Trelina said, this does look kind of off model, so at least for this version of Spade, Trelina wants to then at some point go and I just wanted to see what their take on the front of the body was. Oh, they didn't do it at all. Well, these sprites are hard to do. So yeah, nothing I can salvage from there. So yeah, let's get some FP2 music going just to start off. This down and start. Let's shuffle this. Where's my shuffle button? There we go. Okay. Now, let's drink. Gotta put that in the fridge. Now let's try to conjure a playable Spade today. So, how's everybody doing today? By the way, enough about me. So, yeah, I'm going to like put these into boxes. I see some dancing duskies. Dancing rascals. Alright. This will help us like test the animation as we go. Like we can just copy new frames, etc., etc. in the picture. So yeah. Oh, 7 chaos days. That was the thing. That's good to hear, Argo. You're okay. Might grab a fully shaded Spade head for reference. Oh, writing code. Oh. Oh, so the usual. That's me all day, every day, writing code or spending all day on Sprites 1. All depends. There you go, got this for reference. Also, I did get a new mouse to replace the one that the clicks were failing on. It just happens to be conveniently lilac colored. The F Freedom Planet is still in season, y'all. I did get like another mouse as well, like before this week, but no, it's too big. I can't deal with the large mice anymore. My hands just, even as a transgender woman, my hands are not that big compared to most guys, honestly. Like, most guys are so tall they can just pat me on the head like a little baby, you know. So, I can't use controllers for big man hands, so I gotta use a little feminine mice, which is good. I like the medium-sized form factors best. Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah, that's right. Adding, oh yeah, that's right. The Spade mod is gonna have. Ooh. Oh, that reminds me. Let me go to the pins here. We have some new music to share here. Let me just grab this off our Discord server. Like, thanks to Bob the Guy, who's quite made a name for himself in the fandom, among others. He's like Kubo commissioned him to do a results screen theme for Spade Panda. Let's have at it. So now the mod needs a vinyl hidden somewhere for this. Isn't this just relaxing? That's amazing, isn't it? Also, one more time before I go back to the FP2 playlist. Like, that is just... Everything Bob touches turns to a gold record, I swear to God. Or swear by the stones, maybe. I'm surprised the stones thing didn't catch on as much as I'd hoped it would. Like, that was a genuinely good joke. Need more rock jokes, y'all. Those don't get soft over the years. That was really good. Now, back over here. Oh, you, Argo. Yes, the rocks smooth out over geologic time scales, that's for sure. Not any that could be measured in human lifetimes. Bones don't need that long to grow, though. Hopefully that cat gets some eventually. So yeah, I think this elbow would benefit from being sharper. I think it would at least. Then this arm's got to be a pain. Oh yeah, another thing we need to do for the mod today is also revise some of the previous frames we've done, because apparently I've missed the fact that notice like how there's a white line around each of his cups. Like, I'm missing that in all the new animations that I've made. I'm like, oh come on, this new design's too complex for me to keep up with. This is crazy. Just like, I do live for the little details, but when it comes to characters that you need to animate, like, those really need to be on the lighter side of things. Simple, effective design wins out over compelling complexity. Ooh, okay, I hope that's not too loud, y'all. Oh, it's 5%. What am I worried about? Okay, that's good. Just, I needed the music to be loud enough to be heard, but also not drowning me out, and also not blowing out y'all's speakers. I'll just, just trying to listen to me in particular. And who wants, like, the classic car commercial volumes on anything, Yeah, this arm needs a lot of work to not be so noodly. Oh boy. Oh lord. I was crazy about police sirens and music. But like, it's okay here. They kept it very inoffensive. It's just funny brain wiring. Now I get to hear enough of it throughout the week. I work in a hospital, Like, sometimes I have to, like, deal with the police blockades on the way to work. because car wrecks as well. But I don't need any more of that in the media I consume. I get enough of it in real life. And like there's also like a police station like right by one of the campuses nearby the hospital too, so they have a pretty frequent presence around my workplace. I think that did also explain why a lot of the officers there are pretty chill, because they just deal with college students a lot, so and university students rather. Not your usual grizzled cop who's that you imagine from the TV shows. Let's see. Yeah, it needs to be skinnier this way, not that way. Yeah, that's looking a bit more like an arm now, a little bit. Still not used to working with boy proportions. Honestly, it's been so long. Like, yeah, my next game's gonna have a playable male character too, but he's gonna be a quadruped, so won't be dealing with this kind of anatomy for a while yet again. But if you deal with like one type of anatomy enough, like you'll know enough differences between male and female anatomy that you can pretty easily acclimate yourself to doing one or the other. Because you spend enough time trying to understand what makes female anatomy different from male. Like, obviously, it just takes a few mental backflips in your head to think, this should be thicker if it's a boy. This and that, this should be flatter, he's a boy, like, ain't got that hourglass curve, etc., etc. Oh, Argo. Still like this track. Oh, it was a beta track. Zodiac River. Of course I liked it. It was one of the beta tracks that just made me daydream of what level that could have been attached to. Don't go back and tell past me this doesn't get used for a level. Don't do that. It'll be very sad. Granted, this does sound a bit more like a cutscene kind of song, honestly. It's got a bit more range than you expect for like a level theme. And yeah, I would assume, like, one of the reasons I specifically wanted to go back to this particular frame is like a lot of the anatomy on display here is very noodly. That was definitely going to have an effect on the overall appearance of the animation in motion. Like, it's just, you can't have, like, you can kind of get away with noodle arms with the girls, because like their limbs are so skinny in comparison to Spade with his big baggy clothes. But like, trying to do that with Spade like just makes it way more obvious that you're skipping something, anatomically speaking. A lot harder than this. It's like any anatomy problems that he has to be more exaggerated and obvious. Yeah, that's the best way I can put it. Oh, interesting. This will ever so conveniently look really nice in motion. Oh wait, still need to move it a few pixels up though, because it'll look too skinny. Then we'll have this here. Yeah, like this, this cuff will overtake a lot of details here. And we can use this particular cuff to like help give it more 3D form here. At least that's the hope. Oh, I'm still kicking myself for being 2 minutes late. I'm still kicking myself. But I spend a lot of time plucking my facial hairs because, you know, I'm transgender and haven't had laser hair removal surgery yet. I do manage my time around that appropriately, but sometimes I miss the mark. Once I can get laser hair removal surgery, which, you know, most trans people that I know have already had done, that will not be something I have to manage my time around anymore, which would be nice. Sometimes I can spend anywhere between 30 to 40 minutes, like, just getting all that off. I feel fortunate that I only have, like, shaggy levels of facial hair to get rid of. That's, like, nothing compared to some people who just have, like, a carpet mustache to deal with. And it's like, oh my god. It's like Austin Powers' chest hair. Sounds fun. Here we go. I feel like they literally glued carpet to his chest for that effect, though. Must be some kind of stereotype about, like, British men having really thick chest hair. I do not know where that came from. Yeah. I don't know if it's as prevalent a stereotype as, like, you know, the bad teeth meme. Which, you know, kind of a silly stereotype, because look at me, I got disaster teeth right here. Just massive overbite, all of my back molars are like all winged out. A dentist would look at my teeth and be like, how do you function? Just... just and why do you keep getting gingivitis? He would also ask me, probably. Just, I'm white, but I have like a geriatric gene pool, maybe. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, Argo. Yeah, and I did hear from one of my friends recently that, you know, it comes to your wisdom teeth, you might still have to get them removed eventually anyway. Like, my wisdom teeth grew in and I was just fine. Like, I didn't need to have them removed like my cousins, but, like, you know, once they get to be older, you know, they could still present an issue. That's why they do it when you're so young, I guess, so whether or not they do present an issue, they're already gone. You know, problem solved. Preemptively. But yeah, I still have all of my wisdom teeth. I do feel like they're kind of helpful, but only if, you know, they can grow in correctly. Let's see. Aw. You know, that would be interesting if we could get that done for humans, because, like, there's a lot of creatures in the animal kingdom that just regrow their teeth like it's nothing. Like, sharks literally have rows of teeth growing back in behind the one currently slotted in. It's like a vending machine just with shark teeth. It just keeps coming in. And over here it's like, oh, this only set of teeth you're getting your whole life, kid. Better take care of them. You know, but it would be nice if it wasn't like, you know, such a life sentence when you lose a tooth. You know, would be nice. I mean, we've got, like, you know, like artificial replacements and for teeth and everything now, but they still have their disadvantages. Like, I feel like any honest person probably knows that all too well. Or should, at least. They really should. trying to remember what those are called. Forgetting. Like I just, yeah, implants. Yeah, that's it. Implants. Yeah, dental implants. Yes. Like the more economical solution for most people, though, are partials. Like just they're kind of like dentures, but only a partial denture for the teeth that you're missing. So as long as you don't mind dealing with a metal bar in your mouth some of the time, like you're good. You can save a lot of money doing that. So most of my family who have lost teeth, they just do that. And because yeah, when an implant cracks, it is not fun. It's just as bad as when a real tooth cracks. At least the partials, you're like, oh, we can just go ahead and remove the whole denture from your mouth. Like, oh, it's broken. Go take this and get it fixed, But if that implant cracks, ooh, don't eat any bread that's too hard. Don't go for that hard bread. Like I've seen it happen. Yeah. Oh yeah, Spade definitely needed some extra length on that arm as well. Normal baguette. Like I've seen people like eat really hard bread, and I'm just like, how? Like that looks like a jawbreaker, and you're just casually munching on it, just on. Some people can though. Oh yeah, how is his arm shaded again? Oh, real simple. Real simple. We can even omit the highlights for that particular arm because the foreground arm is the one we're going to focus on. It's like this one will have all the shading that we want. There we go. Oh, not quite. I do wish GIMP had I think GIMP has multiple views for a canvas, doesn't it? Because it would be nice if we could have an alt view that's smaller than the other one. Windows, Spade. Okay, yeah, that goes to Windows. I think there's an option to show multiple my dots. Ooh, that's scary. No, nothing I can do about that. I think that only works in multi-window mode in GIMP, and multi-window mode is really backwards. Even when I was first learning how to use GIMP and was comfortable with it, I still didn't like multi-window mode. It was so awkward. You have to micromanage the position of all these windows as you go, and you can accidentally misclick and drag them around. It's I don't have OCD, but I still like my windows to be in a particular spot, so yeah. And if anybody's wondering what my newest excuse for not using Sprite is, I was like, I should stop being a child and just accept that the toolbar would be on the right for now. Then I realized, wait, I like my toolbar buttons to not be MS Paint size. I could deal with that when I was younger, but I need the GUI buttons to be resizable like in GIMP. The buttons here are basically twice as big as they are in Sprite, and it's no, I just it's kind of nice being able to without even directly looking at the side of the canvas, clicking the tools that I want and having the muscle memory. Just click, not have to think about it too much. Whereas in Sprite, it's I need to very intently look at which tool I want to click every time I want to click a tool. But you might be changing tools every 5 seconds, and it's that's exhausting for my eyes. I'm getting too old for that, so I'm just gonna have to wait for Sprite to have more options for old farts like me. And also, I was shocked at their clipboard history. I mean, their native clipboard integration with Windows is still experimental. So that's why I was struggling with their clipboard the last time I showed Ace of Pride on stream. It's just like, why can't these, why am I not consistently clipboarding anything that I want? And it's like, well, this is because it's experimental, not because it don't work, it's just they're working on it. And I need to be able to like work between multiple apps for a lot of things I do as a developer, so yeah, not being able to take some work to a different canvas elsewhere or into the development interface directly, yeah, that really slows me down. If I spent all of my time dealing with file management, I would not get anything done. Now, hopefully these arms look a lot better. Now, I do think, you know, the hair in the back could also stand to be thicker. Just a little bit. I should remember whose ending theme that is. I think it's... Nope, I thought it was Lilacs. Wrong. Now I get dunked in the witch burning water or something now. I just got it wrong. Okay. No dropped frames, that's impressive. So, yeah, let's keep this going. I'm not going to worry too much about shading for now, because, you know, again, like the animation needs to work first before we can worry about polishing it. But it's good to have some things knocked out preemptively, at least, for the parts that I am confident will work. So yeah, that's why I'm still using this very ancient version of GIMP for a lot of things. Well, this version of GIMP's not ancient, like yeah, this build is from May. So yeah, like GIMP is still in its 2.0 era. Like 3.0 has not come yet. Keeps getting closer and closer, but good lord, it's inching very slowly. It would be nice if they got like more sponsorships, but I guess like all the attention went on Krita for a while when it came to that. And then a lot of their revenue dried up when Windows Store changed some of their policies, and it's like, well, it's like, so development slowed down quite a bit. It's a shame. Thanks, Microsoft. Just, if I could just do a middle finger on stream and Twitch not borderline crucify me for it, I would. Like, that was so upsetting. I wanted to be the cool developer that could thank Microsoft, Apple, and the Linux community for all the things they do to modernize computing, but kind of in this era that's like making me really glad that Linux as a project has existed for so long and has been building up the momentum that it has now. If Windows 11 gets any worse, like to a degree that I can't work around, I'll probably just have to take a big risk and just completely wipe it for Kubuntu. It's kind of a shame, but here we are. Like, I'm still upset at Microsoft for doing the whole BitLocker by default thing. Like, I had to do some registry editing just to not have my $1,400 laptop get ruined beyond usability by that. Like, I didn't spend all this money on a computer for game development just to have the operating system itself decide, like, you can't have any of this performance anymore. Sorry. I'm gonna go back to 2014. Yeah, we're gonna make your 2014 laptop with its hard drive faster than the computer you have now. That is no good. Alright, so okay, how are we coming along with this? And yeah, his ear could stand to be taller in this frame as well. I forgot about the ear. That's not very consistent at all. On baguette. So then let's see, just try to get this ear to be consistent. Oh, baguette again. Well, that's funny. I seem to remember mobile having a baguette. Oh, well, Twitch emotes only, I guess. Wait, huh? I have a keyboard, yes. Oh, okay. Argo got it to work. Gotta use the emoji keyboard. My emoji keyboard is so cursed. Whenever I go to the favorites bar, Clippy's over here like, hey, you thought you got rid of me. I did nothing for that to happen. Clippy is just stuck there in the tenor suggestions. So cursed. Let's see. Yeah, I did want the ear to be thicker, but it doesn't look consistent with the previous frame, so I guess I'll have to do is like a little compromise where it could be thicker on this side to look more 3D, but the left half of it is still consistent with the other. That might be the compromise. And oh, okay. Now this detail still needs to be further down. This is a beta track. Oh, yep, it is. It's funny to think that track was even slower at one point. Like, Oofle really wanted to go lo-fi with this soundtrack, I'm guessing. Let's see. Okay, that should look a little better now. Should, doesn't mean it will. This is the ever-present challenge. Yeah, I think we also have a perspective derp here, because like the head is too circular here. Kind of makes the hair look flat and greasy. So we gotta make it a little fluffier to make it consistent with this one. Like, we can only go so hard with it, obviously. Because, like, it's an animation, it needs to look consistent with the previous frame, no matter what, in some ways. But I think we could potentially make it look a little better. Oh, Gion Cruz, like, if that's how you pronounce it. It just can't be perfectly circular. That just don't look good. Yeah, I need to remember also, yeah, Pixie showed me that, you know, it's good to have anti-aliasing with 2 pixels sometimes, not just one. Makes most sense for this line to have it versus the other, though. So now that I think about it, this particular line doesn't make any sense to be here, probably. So I'll try removing it. We'll try it. I have near unlimited undo with GIMP, so we'll see how it looks. Ooh, okay, that's a bit of an issue as well. This is where y'all can probably tell that I am tweaking to taste here. Just dipping my finger into the Spade barrel, putting my finger into it. Just not the right consistency of that one. If we assumed Spade was a consumable quantity, like a soup anyway, just trying not to put weird mental images into y'all's heads, but look at what I did. And you do a lot of that with animation, at least with the smaller details, so it's like, you know, what works best here? Some things you just won't know will work right until you throw something at the wall and see what sticks. Quite literally. I used to know somebody whose method for checking whether or not spaghetti with noodles were done was like slinging a particular noodle against the the back of the like the wall panel for the stove, and if it stuck, the noodles were done. And I did not mind cleaning that up a single time because their spaghetti was so good. I just didn't care. Like, you think that's gross and funny, but I don't know, it worked. It worked. Meanwhile, me, I just like, it's been in the water for 11 minutes, that'll do. And I start draining it. Whack is the appropriate word, Argo. Okay, now that's like too much edginess lost. Let me fix that. Yeah, that's gotta be careful with that. Yeah, it's by removing that, it exposed that I made this stick out too far, frankly. There we go. Should look a little better. Okay, now let's see what I can do for his legs, because yeah, these are too noodly as well. Oh, Argo. That's amore. So I can hear it singing in my head now. Pasta. Wow. This is true. I can hear it now. That's funny. I'm not classically trained in singing, so I'm not going to attempt it here. I'll know what it is, but like, unpleasant singing is so much worse than unpleasant instrument playing. So you just you do it right, or you don't do it at all. Ooh, even the direction of this isn't quite consistent. And I think I had some people point out that yeah, the shoes are not angled correctly. So we'll try to fix that as well while we're here. I seem to remember either Leaf or somebody pointed out that the shoe angle wasn't quite correct. So it's been a week, which for some reason feels like forever. I don't know why. But you know, this week was pretty busy for me. You know, finally went to a doctor's practice where a nurse practitioner could hopefully help me get on hormone replacement therapy. So yeah, I got an appointment with them sometime next month. That's exciting. It's just been hard figuring out what to do about that, because just been rolling around that hormones for like 4 years. You know, and I would really like to throw out the silicone breasts. Like, they constantly fall out when I sleep, and it's just so obnoxious. And like, ugh. If I don't wear certain blouses, they fall out when I bend over. So it's like, just get me the real things already. I'd like to wear just one bra, not two, just to hold these things in. It's literally more practical for me to have the real anatomy at this point. But you know, there isn't a Planned Parenthood within driving distance of me. And even the one that's 150 miles away, like it got burned down a couple of years ago by some anti-abortion rights, rage babies, of course. So they rebuilt it and all, but it's like, I just don't want to go there. It doesn't sound safe at all. So, yeah, just stuck trying to think, what do I do here? I can't get the drive-through transgender experience like all my other trans friends did. And over here thinking, like, well, why aren't you on hormones yet either? Why not? It's like, yeah, there's some obstacles to that for me. I'm in one of the pinkest cities in the state that I live in, but no Planned Parenthood. Can't just drive over there and get hopped up, you know, like they did. And also, I don't have family to lean on, so the financial part is something I have to foot the bill with a lot harder as well. So, like, the cost aspect was also an issue for a while. And last year, when the money did come up that I could have, like, you know, footed such things, I bought a new laptop with it instead. Because, yeah, like, it was getting to the point where I couldn't keep making the Spree and Planet fan game with my computer anymore. I couldn't. If I had more than one object open at a time, like, all their code blocks would get jumbled up by some GUI bugs. Like, just some interface lag would just cause the code blocks to get jumbled and corrupted, and it's like, oh god, it's horrible. But, you know, it turns out not rolling around with a 10-year-old processor has some benefits, so yeah, like, I've been just fine ever since. Which is really nice. Yeah, I'm glad I can continue working on the game without needing to, like, feel like I'm doing brain surgery on the code. Oh, that would have been so scary. Like, if I had been stuck with that desktop computer with no other option, I probably would have had to move it to Studio LTS just to get away from the interface bugs that are not getting fixed in Studio 1.4. And that would have added another year of delay to the project. Which I don't even want to imagine right now. Like, you know, people are willing to wait for a game to release, but if it's gonna be like that long, like, yeah, it's hard to keep people's interest when your deadline is basically when it's done. Like, I don't like that attitude anyway. Like, it just doesn't feel very professional to me, personally. Or it doesn't even feel like, you know, like the developer even cares about their own project. It's just kind of spiteful language. And I've had someone tell me that my perspective was a little bit cynical. And it's just like, geez, are you already amnesiac of like how annoying and insufferable people were about the wait for FP2 to release? Did you already forget? Are you serious? I hate being treated like I'm stupid and don't know what I'm talking about. Ugh. It's just like infantilization. I'm gonna be 35 this year. I've been making video games since I was 14. I've been doing this for like close to 20 fucking years. I'm not stupid. I've been having my ears to the ground for all this time, reading the tea leaves, paying attention to people and what fans want from video games just as much as things I want, you know. Like, just, nope. Frustrating. Like, no, I don't know everything. I'm gonna be wrong about some stuff, but just being so easily dismissed as if my opinion is just like, you know, baby take on the floor. No. I think I'm starting to understand why older people are just a little bit more crotchety about these things, because, you know, as you get older, you really don't appreciate being treated like that as you get older. Like, you just can't take it anymore. Your patience for it is like literally below the dirt. Like, it's 6 feet underground. Like, your time to be treated like that was 10 years ago. Like, it's, you know, if you are a functional adult and not a dysfunctional one, you know, it's frustrating. I'm trying to be a functional adult. It's hard. So yeah, when much older people get a little frustrated with me sometimes, I think I understand where that's coming from. Like, they don't always get snippy at me, but like, the most patient ones are very real and understanding and all that. But when certain people just seem a bit snippy, it's like, ooh. Well, yeah, I guess I could see why that would be annoying to them. Just, what somebody in their 20s could sit there and swallow, they just, they can't anymore. Like, you can even see that with some of the people that work on FB2 as well. Like, you know, just, like, there's just no more tolerance for certain things that they just kind of smiled and sat there and took it like, you know, a restaurant employee just having to deal with a nagging customer who thinks they're right about everything. You know, just if you've been doing something for long enough, like, there's only so much you can take of things like that. And I remember when I was still working in food during COVID, and even, you know, when the mask mandates went away, like, we still had like certain policies to keep the salad bar buffet clean, and people would just rather aggressively not care about our house rules. You know, just grabbing the tongs with their dirty, filthy hands that they probably had just come out of the bathroom, probably wiped their butt and didn't wash their hands, and here they were handling all the tongs at the bar. And when they would just get mad if you pointed it out, like, hey, you need to wear these gloves at the bar, you know, keep everybody clean and healthy. And you know, and they would just start spouting conspiracy theory garbage, like what you'd hear on like the bowels of 4chan and Reddit. And one of my managers was just so sick of it, she started shouting at him to leave my store. And all the customers in the building were like literally clapping when the guy ran out, because it's like, she was threatening to call the police because, you know, he's just disturbing the peace. He wouldn't shut up. He wouldn't just simply follow the house rule, make his salad, and go sit at his table. He had to turn it into a political problem, a political discussion. Like I think some people really take for granted how important cleanliness is when it comes to food preparation. Like, you know, even if Golden Corral was still around, I don't know if I could eat there anymore, knowing what I do now about, you know, like, knowing what I do about those kind of risks. You know, when you're touching like all these tongs that, even when they're rotated like every 2 hours, like, you don't know how many dirty hands had shuffled through those tongs before you got to them. Like, a lot of things can happen in an hour, especially in a restaurant. Like, yeah, so I just don't play with that anymore. I used to love Golden Corral when I was younger, but like, my family would take me there and we'd just eat until we felt like we were pregnant. And just, those blissful days are way behind me now. But yeah, I was really happy, at least, you know, one like of all things in food service, one mercy I had was in fast casual. Managers didn't quite put up with shit. Like in fast food, in fast food you just kind of sit there and take it unless the customer is being that unruly. But in fast casual, after COVID, the managers just stopped, treating customers like they're always right. They just stopped. So yeah, if somebody was not going to follow the rules, they weren't allowed to stay in the buildings anymore. Simple as that. You can't maintain a welcoming atmosphere when people are being rude and stupid. Oh. And yes, I've exhausted that topic now. Nothing left to say on that one. Hello, Alstance. Good to see you here. We're working on the boy again. Now, hopefully this is a much better turnaround frame for Spade. Let's try to fix his legs and move on to this frame. This little frame right here that is very oh, it absolutely is, Alstance, you're right. Just customer very often doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to industries outside their own expertise. Yeah, that's right, I forgot, like, the quote, as we understand it now, is a half-truth. Somebody just cut out the important part. Which is really annoying. Because, yeah, it'd be nice, if more people, remembered, there was more to the quote than just the latter half of the sentence. Oh, you. I see what you did there with that pun. Well, Nitro, if you think about it, it's both manipulating the customers and the employees. But, oh, hello, Nitro. I didn't know you were watching. That's cool. I'm glad that attitude is like disappearing in more places. Because it's the kind of mental abuses that people in these industries are taking is only getting worse. So the only healthy response we can have to that is just not taking it anymore. Like, even where I work, they have like a zero tolerance policy on that kind of behavior. Unless you're a psych patient, then they just kind of have to deal with you how they will. But, if somebody's just, a regular patient who is very obviously a functional adult who could help it, yeah, they have zero tolerance policies just for that. The moment these kind of people raise their voices and get antagonistic to the nurses, there's already 3 guards like putting on their gloves like and they're already trying to bargain with you, like appeal to you, like you might not want to do that. You might not want to. Like, they don't care if you still need to be cared for. Like, they can just throw you out on your butt if you're going to behave like that. Like, healthcare is a very a very high stress environment. And it doesn't have the greatest retention, so anything you can do to keep people, not a lot forcing them to take so much abuse, one thing that helps. Alice Chance, let's see, clap back. Oh, Alice Chance, that's a good one. Man, this is France. We behead kings here. Oh wow, that I couldn't help but wheeze. Oh Lord. Yeah, and I agree, Nitro. Self-respect is a two-way street. And I've kind of noticed, even in businesses where you can't really, tell the customer no, you're still going to get worse service if you antagonize the people serving you. And where I work, if someone's going to be unruly, but not unruly enough to get in trouble, like you want a ham sandwich at 2 a.m. because you're hungry, they're probably not going to get that for you. Like, you're being rude and annoying, and they've got other patients to worry about. It's like, no. They're going to keep you alive. That's all they're going to do until it's your time to be discharged. So, I don't think people realize just how much worse they make things for themselves when everything they do antagonizes. When antagonizing people is normal to them. And I remember one time, like, I was a patient in the ER, but I still had my work badge on because, I worked there. And one lady was real pissed at me for not responding to her immediately. She was like, "Hey, twerp." Like, I mean, I worked there, but I was a patient. Did you miss the armband that I had? Did you just completely miss the patient armband that I had? When I pointed it out, she was like, "Oh, but, your immediate response to somebody not serving you hand and foot shouldn't be like treating them like dog shit. That's wrong. It definitely does you more curses than favors to behave like that." That's not what I call a functional adult. Like, you're here to be taken care of in the emergency room. Maybe you need a therapist too. You're gonna behave like that. Reddit read along video. Now, there's lots of clever people on message boards. I do appreciate. One of the things I really miss most about message boards is all the really particularly funny people that I used to see on them. Like, even the Ubuntu forums, they used to have some real cheeky people that I loved over there. Just had the funniest comments. One memorable comment from the Ubuntu forums I remember was like, this guy just literally named Quake3, but he was a moderator, so he wasn't just a meme gimmick account. And one of his most memorable posts that I remember is like something about how, like, computers are tools. So, like, sure, you can play games with them, but why would you do that? That's like playing baseball with a hammer. Sure, you could do that. Why? In some respects, I do agree with that sentiment. It's just like, it can be a little clunky to play games on PC sometimes. The barrier between you and your enjoyment of the game is sometimes a little greater. It's a little more friction than I would like. It's not to say the console experience is perfect either anymore. Like, in fact, modern consoles are just as complex as PCs and have all the same problems now. So it's like, what have we gained here? We've not gained a more user-friendly experience here. We're just PC, but more expensive for some reason. That's what we are now on console. Aw, still get a birthday message from there. Yeah, brain rot is definitely one way to look at that. Like, there's lots of negative content on YouTube that doesn't do my brain any good either. Lots of social media does, frankly, for me too. I just, I kind of avoid using social media for the social part. It's just like, Twitter was originally, more of a business-oriented kind of thing for me. It was a marketing and a journalistic tool. For some reason down the line, they decided to tack on these social functions to it, and it's the world is both better and worse at the same time for it. Like, just originally wasn't for that purpose, so I still use it as a marketing tool, self-marketing tool for my projects. I just using it to socialize is just again, it's like using a hammer to play baseball. You could do it, but why? Not the most efficient way to socialize. Now, I've always been weary of Reddit, but I'd sooner go there for, like forum-like posting than Twitter. Like, I mean, I'm just a kind of a forum person, really. I wish I still knew of a forum that was, run by adults instead of by dysfunctional adult children. That's kind of my problem now. It's like, all the boards that I used to frequent just don't have the same cool people keeping things cool and collected. Like, I recently just kind of gave up on one forum because it's like, all the cool people who used to frequent there and keep the quality of the posts there are just not what it used to be. Like, had an interaction go in such a way where, back in the old days, somebody would have, like, sharked me, temp banned me for a couple of weeks, and then told the other person, you stop fanning the flames, and you stop being like this for a while. You picked a dumb hill to die on today. And I did pick a dumb hill to die on, but none of those things happened. The usual, beating somebody with the quote tweets and sucking up all the likes happened. That's what happened. It was just like, that's shit. That's not forums as I knew it. It's just not moderated like it used to be. Oh, it's not the drink. Dear Lord. Okay, so... I'm not talking about Reddit's Nitro. I was talking about, like, real, like, the traditional forums. Like the old days of yore. I much prefer them because, they're much easier, a more pleasant reading experience, and, sometimes I have these really chill older people running them. I learn a lot from those people. Like industry experts who've been there and done that, and they have a lot of experience to share. I love that. I love learning from people who are much older than me and more experienced. Then, I don't know, I guess I'd have to go back to the Ubuntu forums if I want that again. Just, I mean, all the faces would surely be different there now, but, some of those old Linux programmers and community people, like, I tend to find pretty good company in them. Let's see. Yeah, definitely envision like PowerBoard and whatnot. But yeah, that doesn't sound good either, Alice Dance. Like the Oh, Knockout Chat. Built from leftovers of closed Facebook forums. I'm just gonna at least click on this real quick. Ooh. Oh, this is like old-fashioned motherboards. Looks like Usenet almost. Wow. I'll just like close it in case it, like that forum does have some posts that would be kosher by Twitch's algorithm. But I've got it in my internet history now, so I can go look at that later. Let's see, so yeah, so hopefully that's a good recommendation for me at least. Like, that's how I like to socialize online. I like to socialize by like having voice chat, video chat with friends on Discord, communicating in like IRC like settings like Discord, and then message boards. That's how we did things in the old days. I just don't do social media because it's like, if you make an honest mistake and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, oops, I kind of dug a stupid hill to die on like 5 posts ago. You're right, but and nothing would happen, like on a forum like that. But nowadays, like, if you picked a stupid hill on Twitter and it's like, oh, that was kind of dumb. Well, too late. There's 10,000 people who still want to crucify you for having the sentiment originally. There is no forgiveness. The internet hate machine will have its next sacrifice. And they'll rather decidedly pat themselves on the back like they have done their internet slacktivism for the day. It's just such a sad state of affairs. Alright. Yeah, it isn't. I do find that interesting as well, Nitro. Like, Reddit kind of like keeps persisting in the form it does out of sheer willpower on the community's part. Like, you do hear about things going down pretty hard, but yeah, I'm convinced if the higher ups on Reddit like did the community too dirty, they would just have their own spin-off clone of Reddit being made in the background, and the whole community would just walk over there, and Reddit would just be left to die as a zombified shell of its former self. There's already people like doing that for Discord right now. Like, I'm trying to remember the name of this one app I'm following on Twitter that's trying to like become a Discord clone. Just in case Discord decides to do us too dirty one day. Yeah, so that's the thing that's happening. And I hope Kara gets to persist, because I really miss the DeviantArt days, where people just shared art and communicated about it, instead of this flood of AI garbage that kind of ruined DeviantArt for me. And Kara is like extremely popular right now because it's a space without AI art. And they're still trying to figure out how to pay their bills and optimize their code to like reduce their overhead. So I hope they make it. I really want an art space, to be an artist and communicate with other artists again. It's just kind of sad that DeviantArt became what it did. It really is, I think. Also, yeah, I better go ahead and fix the shoe before I forget, because I will forget again. I'm confident that I will. Needs to look like a side profile shoe. Oh yeah, Kara is real nice. I could show y'all my profile real quick on Kara. I want y'all to see how beautiful this interface is. Like, it has a social media like timeline, like you'd expect. And then when you go to an artist's profile, like, you get to see all their art, like DeviantArt style, but even better than DeviantArt. And they made it really nice to scroll through too. Like you can write comments, and an especially nice thing is you can have like groups of pictures together. So like, let me show y'all. Like, yeah, so you can have like groups of pictures in your uploads too. So instead of like needing like multiple individual gallery items for mostly the same thing, you can just have groups. Like, okay, here's, like, I have both the transparent version of Moonlack and the full background version all in the same pic. Yeah, and you just scroll through this and it's beautiful. It's great. Oh yeah, and I can have the night and daytime versions here too. Like I just really love what they've done with Kara. No AI allowed, at least in its current form. And like everything here is really nice. And it's super easy to upload too. It's even easier than DeviantArt was. DeviantArt felt really slow and clunky to upload too. That's the platform. Yeah, that's probably one thing. That's probably the catch for now, Alistair. It's like, yeah, it's probably going to be like a space for artists and commissioners in time, but like not for the casual consumer of art. Like not even the fanfic people are going to like just have an account to communicate with artists with. So like I expect once Kara like has enough cultural mass that like it could be seen as a viable alternative to ArtStation by like recruiters and things like that. Yeah, well, Kara will be in good shape in that area. But yeah, for now, like if you're still looking for people to get work from, you still gotta like hold your nose and go to Twitter. Yeah, I didn't think of that, Nitro. The social aspect could probably help a little bit with reaching out to people. Probably. We can hope for that. Well, we can hope. Yeah, but I think Kara is beautiful, and I hope it makes it. I hope they can like figure out how to get the bills to pay for themselves, and just worry about making the platform better for artists. Like that's the whole goal, is to have a space for artists. Now that DeviantArt has cannibalized itself in the AI machine. Like DeviantArt's always like made a lot of questionable decisions, frankly. But that was like the final straw for a lot of people. For a lot of people, that was the final straw. Oof, no, like these particular lines need to add up, so. There we go. So yeah, there we go. That should be more consistent. And look right from a 3D perspective. But now that I think about it, the leg could stand to be a little... Oh no, I can't have it being further. So, oh. Why do I keep hitting my microphone now that I've tilted it this way? swear to God. How do you pronounce that, Alistair? Gosh, I don't know. Now my poor microphone, I'm just eating the poor thing. If I had no brain cells, I would just like run my teeth over it unironically, but I'm not trying to hurt yourself. I mean, hurt y'all's ears by doing that. But if I had no shame, I would just like make snork noises and just be like, just delicious frequency crystals. Delicious. The A in ASMR doesn't stand for agonizing. I agree, Argo. Oh, gouache. Gouache. Oh, that's really hard for me to pronounce, but I think I can see how the spelling works out to pronounce that. That's a little funny. Yeah, I'm not gonna like be a total snork on the microphone at least. Just, nope, can't do that. So, hybrid medium, water soluble. Oh, that's interesting. I do like painting thin, which is one thing I wanted with watercolors, you know, to have like those fine details. But you know, acrylic is also nice. Like, I always kind of wanted to try acrylic at least, because I thought it'd be just fun, you know, like loosely paint and have a little fun. Like implying details rather than like having super fine details everywhere. Just like maybe getting a toothpick and like fine detailing the close-up stuff I wanted to draw the eye. You know, just loosely dabbling in other background details with weighted painting and things like that. I did want to try that, but I don't know if I could handle the smell of acrylics. I don't know. That's a whole lot of paint sniffing to do. I'm not like Snork. I can't snort acrylic paint. And you do watch a lot of paint dry, apparently. Okay, I think I've spent enough time on this particular frame. At least I hope I did. Any other details? Like, I think I can shade those in over time. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't even know it was plastic, frankly. Makes sense though. Liquid latex. Oof, that does sound like a challenge to work with, frankly. I think I could see the challenge of the medium now that you put it in that light. Yeah, any other changes I'd make to this particular animation? Yeah, that would be shading wise. I think we've like fundamentally made the anatomy better. At least I hope so. And we can test for that too. Oh, we can even see the difference that I've done here. Wow, yeah, the old version looks really bad. Wow, that difference, y'all, that's quite big, I would say. Let's hope that makes the animation fundamentally better. I did change the shoe, so yeah, we'll go back and apply the change. So yeah. And we'll duplicate this one too. As you can tell, like, Spade's face looks way too soft and girly here, so we really gotta fix that. Desperately so. He's a soft boy, but he's not quite anime girl, so. Yeah, that does animate better. Oh, the head doesn't even align correctly with the others. Oof, nowhere near the right angle. Yeah, that's no good. I'm not going to worry about the front-facing sprite until this diagonal one looks right. Like, these two are pretty consistent, and then you got this one that's like, oof, just, yeah, we're going to have to redo the head. I didn't want to redo the head, I really didn't want to, but we have to. That is no good. We'll just use the old head for reference. Get rid of this. But obviously not keep it. So, and conveniently, we already have a reference frame for this over here. Reference frame, so I don't forget. Liquid latex. I'm still thinking about that. Yeah, so what we want from our head for Spade is to match this one, but from a 3/4 angle. A lot of people like to be like, oh, 3/4 is so easy, it's the lazy artist angle. I'm over here thinking, not if you move their head even 2 degrees upwards. No, it isn't. If you're actually trying to make an interesting pose, it is one of the more challenging angles. It's just like, if you're using like a head-on angle with the T-pose and everything, yeah, it's pretty easy. You can bullshit a lot of little details and do just fine, but the moment you need to tilt your head up or down, you've got problems. So, yeah, if anybody tells me that about 3/4 angles, I'm gonna be like, yeah, just spend a little more time touching grass and sniffing paint. You got more arting to learn. If you've ever done animation, you'll immediately understand it. I feel like with a pose that isn't directly head-on, like 3/4 is pretty hard. And test your understanding of 3D. But, yeah, if it's just head-on, it's real easy. No way around it. Head-on, applied directly to the forehead. But, yeah, although, I do like having as much variety as possible when it comes to, like camera angles for the animated characters. Like, it's always refreshing to make these kind of animations for as hard as they are, because you can give somebody like a full 3D rotation of a character, and with all the little details that come with it, it's really nice when you can get it to work. Like, this was a pretty good test of my understanding of Spade's like Spade's anatomy, and then still quite glad this animation worked out too. Yeah, it's fun to do more angles. Oh yeah, I guess Traylina fixed the cuff for me, so yeah, it's just these 3 animations I need to add a cuff to if we have time at the end of the stream. And, So yeah, instead of just running my mouth, why don't we actually fix this? What I'm gonna do is just like completely wipe the face from this head. We're just gonna do a SpongeBob Doodlebob episode moment where he braces Doodlebob's face. Gotta figure out what makes the jawline not work first, before we can even think about the rest of the face. Like, the jawline is really, really important if you're trying to get masculine anatomy right. Girls, you can just kind of bullshit the jawline and be just fine. Just like, oh, it's like soft baby precious bean face, that's not hard, but if you want, proper masculine jawlines, now you're going to need like a very specific sharp point somewhere, and that requires 3D perspective. Oh no. So yeah, we got to get that to work first. So yeah, like that means without any distracting facial anatomy, we can just worry about getting the head's anatomy correct first. And we can worry about putting his face back on. Sorry, Spade. Reconstructive surgery sucks sometimes, don't it? And yeah, this was definitely wrong, so... And yeah, I guess we'll need, like, some grasp of, like, of this, too. Because, you know, given that it's not, like, a 3/4 angle face, you know, like these where you don't have to worry too much about the jawline, or even the forehead, you know, like, we do have to worry about that because it's not a, like, a head-on angle. So we have to at least go with a bean head anatomy to get this to work right. Like, you know, characters on Atlas are basically just anime characters with animal noses painted on, so you don't have to worry about muzzles necessarily. But at the same time, we kind of do at this particular angle if we want it to be consistent with the muzzles that he has here. Because, like, that's the sneaky little trick with these animated characters. They still have muzzles from, like, side profile angles, but at the minute it's any other angle, it's normal human face. That's the trick. So yeah, we need to, like, not play with that illusion too much here. That's the fun part. See if we can at least put the nose back on. The nose is kind of like a center point for me in terms of character anatomy. There we go. Yeah, this is already an improvement. Do we have any drop frames during the stream? Amazing. Fiber optic internet is nice. Let's see. I guess Switch's servers are just playing mouse with us today too. So that's nice. Yeah, we have to play a little bit into the illusion in this case, so... Ooh, got this, like, make more sense if it was a darker color. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we could use hair to cover that up, I guess, but no, we can't. And in fact, that made it stick too far out originally. So let's, like, reel this back some. Here we go. That's another fun thing you can use anti-aliasing to do, is, like, to have more nuanced shapes like this. Like, kind of looks like it's curving out more than it should be just because I added some shading colors to a normally flat line. So that should look nice. Ooh, there's one of my favorite tracks from the soundtrack. Now, I wonder if I could, like, fake the apparent movement of the nose downward with shading as well. Oh yes, we can. We can kind of make it look like the nose move down a little bit without actually moving the nose. Another fun thing about animation. It's all black magic, you see. It's all playing with your head to make you believe that the motion is, sorry. like anatomically consistent. Even smear frames play with your understanding of 3D. Quite a bit, I think, even. Yeah, I think the body is pretty consistent here. Yeah, maybe even too consistent, really. It's just like the head that was not consistent at all. And I thought, you know, the hair being further down would like be a good thing, but no, it's you kind of have to go with a halfway compromise. The angle of everything needs to be better. Hmm. 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 Still like this track. It was like first like playtesting Freedom Planet 2 like 3 weeks before release. Shade Armory was the point where it's like, okay, like you have my full attention now. I guess I'm a little biased towards Freedom Planet 1 because I most especially liked any part of the sequel that spent time focusing on like you know, putting a spotlight on either Brevin or the people he left behind, like Serpentine. I may not be very biased. Oops, it's just there we go. Little dancing kitties. We have dancing kitties at home too. There we go. Although I have to admit, like a group of Duskies dancing together makes pretty good time. I guess it helped with the animation for Duskies plays faster, and it's more scrunkly looking. Like that is some Crash Bandicoot anatomy right there. It's funny. I can't find a neck on it. You know, that's a missed opportunity for like the Crimson Chin like thing in Fairly Odd Parents. They could have had like a gimmick character with no neck, and that was his entire gimmick. Rough no neck or something. Okay, now this is moving consistently in 3D. Oh, okay. Let's try and make sure we got the, you know, again, trying not to worry too much about the shading part. just trying to get the hair to line up correctly. Then we need to make the ears line up too. Like, the ears need to look different, but also similar enough to the previous frame that well, it lines up well. If it's too similar, it just looks like you copy and pasted something and pretended it was a different perspective. And to mess with it too much, it won't look consistent. It's like you just can't win. You just gotta have it both ways. It's kind of funny to think that, the extra volume I wanted to have down here was already possible with the other pieces of hair that he has. Like, I didn't have to like overcompensate by having the frontmost piece flowing further down. Like, we already could have had that kind of volume with the further back pieces. Oops. This is animating in hindsight, y'all. Let's see. There we go. A bit. Oh. Again, why you gotta be silly like that. Let's zoom out a bit and look at it. Yeah, in fact, we could imply if the angle was more correct by also having the hair in the back be further down as well. Change this over here too. There's no. There we go. Okay, we might be getting closer. Oh, there's the Battlesphere advertisement again. I think the most memorable part of it is, the car salesman commercial kind of volume of the narrator. Just very loud and shouting FOMO down your throat before it was cool. Y'all probably remember those days. At least my fellow Americans. I don't know what car advertisements look like in Europe. And the Peanuts comics had like a little strip where Linus was just watching TV, and then a car sale commercial came up, and he was just like trying to shout help over the television because it was so loud he couldn't reach over the TV and turn it off, and his tiny little calls for help were drowned out by the volume of the advertisement. Just, it is such a funny but relatable thing. I'm kind of glad they stopped doing that. They're a lot less aggressive now. They still kind of have the format, but not in the same form anymore. I guess current generation of advertisers is just like, I was traumatized by those old commercials. I'm not going to make the new ones like that. You can only hope. There we go. Ooh, there we go. Okay, now the ears are kind of the biggest offender here. Let's see if we can get a nice in-between for these. Just gonna remove Spade's ear for now. See if we can find a better spot for that to go. Just making sure the X, Y positions line up. Okay, yeah. We could hopefully get a much better in between here. I'm gonna need to make a nice 3D potato for this one. But before I put the ear in, I need to make this better proportioned. Yeah, that's what his ear looks like to me. It's a potato with panda details in there. A panda potato. A pandato or something, I don't know. Don't know how you make a combination of those two. Let's see. I wonder if I'm getting his other ear correct in this context. This one might need to rotate a little bit. Might. On me, it might need to go up another pixel. Let's see. I remember hearing this one on SoundCloud years ago. There we go. Let's see, and we can get rid of the anti-aliasing here. We don't need that. And yeah, I suppose the don't need to have as much of the face exposed this way. Look more better proportioned this way, I think. At least I think so. We'll see what the reality is once I put his face back on. Sorry, Spade. I'm sorry. You don't have your face on yet. We'll get you another from the discount face store. The dollar face store. Next level poker face. I think I'd be intimidated to play somebody like that who just has no visible face. Or rather, no face in any context. That would be kind of creepy. No face to read. No mind to break. No voice to cry suffering. I still love that line from Hollow Knight. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, that game's lore drops hit like a brick, frankly. It was really good. That's a nice looking brick you got there. Yes, I would be happy to receive brick pics. Just not any other kind of pic of that ilk. Brick pics, though. I wait. Those other kind of pics that I probably can't say without Twitch throwing a fit at me. I sleep. Just Okay, I think we're good. Maybe. Now I need this to stick out some more. And a little further down. Well, I imagine in like a proper poker game, they would probably require you to have a face. No face, no entry. Because, you know, there's a lot of dishonest people out there who would, like, you know, try to game the system by having, like, alternate aliases and things like that, and just be hiding behind disguises. And there have been, like, rings of card counters who will, like, wear disguises for poker matches and, like, go to a different casino to then count cards so nobody can get ahead of their game and see, or at least immediately figure out that, you know, this is a repeat offender. Just, you know, and they leave while they're ahead, you know, just, so if you just walk in with no face at all, they'll probably like, this is really suspicious. The bouncers will probably get rid of you real quickly. Yeah, the casino has an incentive to not let people game their system too much. Because, you know, how are they going to get money otherwise? Like, you know, their whole thing is like really making money, honestly. Like, can't, you know, knock on the tank, so to speak, can't scare the fish. Like, that's just a known thing about them. So yeah, if you try to go in with like a face mask or something, they probably won't let you play. Fish. Oh yes, fish indeed. Funny, we mentioned fish while the song for the water level plays. I love Gravity Bubble. Okay, now let's figure out how to integrate the ear into this. Ooh, after I make sure this part of his hair lines up properly. Well, no, we can probably let that one go up one, yes. Otherwise it won't look like he's rotating in 3D. Let's see. Okay, yeah, now let's worry about the ear. Need to make this more 3D looking. 3D potato. Like, you know, in order for it to line up well with the the front-facing sprite. We'll need to like have it go up one, while still mostly being similar enough to the previous frame. I think we'll probably have spent a collective like 15 hours on just getting this animation to work before we even shaded it. Which is not unusual for me. Like, these particular animations are very challenging to do right. Now again, I spent 18 hours on the spring animation for my next game's character. Like, it kept us pretty busy. Me and Alistan's both struggled with that one. I'm quite proud of the result, but yeah, it was... sometimes you have to suffer a little bit to get the good stuff. Wait, what's the... oh, that's for the Shui Gone map. I used to think this would appear during a cutscene. It just seemed like it'd be a really good cutscene song. No, it's just the overworld theme. This is why you don't listen to soundtracks before you play the game. You'll just daydream of all the things that you thought it would be about and disappoint the hell out of yourself. And it'd be your own damn fault, not the game's. Like, I ruined Brawl for myself by listening to the soundtrack ahead of getting the game. It just didn't have the same emotional impact on me as it would have if I just went through the whole thing with like no prior idea of what to expect. Well, I mean, that's different, Nitro. That's like, at what point has Star Fox ever tried to be an emotionally gripping experience? Like, you know, like, Brawl did try to have, like, a story of sorts, and I think it did have something nice to say at the end. It was pretty kind of cheesy, but it had elements of, but it had, like, some good points to it, and I still appreciate it for that, and I wished, you know, like, future Smash games had gotten a story like that. We could have, like, had a really nice, format to iterate on here. It's a huge shame. Oh yeah, Star Fox music is just fantastic. Like, definitely some of Nintendo's best when it comes to music, I'd say. And, you know, rail shooters do kind of need good music to keep you going, honestly. This is one of my favorite parts of Star Fox Assault, really. I feel like its story was just okay. Like, you know, character interactions were great, but, you know, pretty tried and true format for the story. But, you know, music was just such a great ride. Loved it. Oh yeah, when I'm writing scenes for my projects, yeah, I do listen to music from other games, like give me like an atmosphere. No, I haven't, Nitro. I haven't. First I've heard of it. What kind of skrunkly madness am I in for here? Oh. A cool fan animation. I do like a good fan animation, honestly. Okay, we'll just need to integrate this into the sprite and start figuring out what doesn't work from there. Hmm. Confirmed suplex. Scrunkle, don't we? Now, all this reminds me, like, once I'm done with the Spade mod, someone did get give me an opportunity to potentially do a Rivals of Ether mod, the Sprite part of it anyway, in exchange for music. And I'm like, it's gonna be tempting now. Now that I know how to do side projects and stay committed to them. Suplex your trains or something. Oh, I'm still sad this isn't the version that we got for that stage. Still sad. Felt like they nailed it on the second attempt. But hey, that's what music mods are for. Full body tracking. Suplex your trains. I assume. I'm thinking it might still make sense if we do that, yes. There we go. Actors as close as a train you can get. Oh, dear Lord. Let's see. Boss Gollum actor. Chickens named Jonathan, that's funny. That does sound fun. Like, Shadow of Colossus was a fascinating video game. I do like that, you know, certain other games have taken influence from it over the years. If there's any game to take notes on, it's that one. So yeah, that does sound fun in VR. Also, probably disorienting for me because, like, I get height sick very easily, so that would probably scare the pants off me. Probably. Let's see, so. Hmm. Still trying to get this ear to integrate and behave. Let's see. Oh. I was thinking he was much bigger than that. 18 feet's definitely not hundreds of stories tall. Oops, there we go. Go. Maybe I think we're getting somewhere. Hope we are. This is taking a while. The bigger enemies. Now, Dark Souls bosses in VR would be pretty interesting. I think that, at least just to see them in VR anyway. I would probably pee myself, like, actually fighting them. But it would be interesting to see them in a real space like that. So you basically already play like a Dark Souls player, or the quality builds as they call them, where you swing around your big old cedar tree. Slow, deliberate type. Let's hope this ear is coming out okay. Hmm. But I've realized this is not sticking far down enough. There we go. Oh my god. Ooh, this gets exhausting after a while now. I'd say this is looking better overall already, but definitely taking me a while to get to that result. Oh. Yeah, I imagine there's no getting around the fact that certain actions will involve decapitation, but interesting to know that isn't like the entire game loop. Just a lot of fatal injuries, frankly, don't even involve breaking anything obvious on the exterior. Alright, now let's see if we can put some elements of the face back on after all this time. And get rid of these ears, we don't need them now. Good enemies. Ugh. Yeah, it's usually how it goes with Dark Souls too, like the single-handed actions will be like broad, wide sweeps for crowd control. And then the two-handed attacks just kind of like go for very targeted damage, more or less. So, interesting that there are some parallels already. I can see how Dark Souls bosses would work in that sort of environment. Okay, now we can like start figuring out how to get the face to work here. Make sure it's lined up. yet. Here we go. I don't mind it too much because, like, you don't really hear about games in the VR space too much, frankly. Everybody's just like, you know, where is our equivalent to Mario in this 3D space? You know, what's the killer app? And I guess there still isn't one, but it's not like it invalidates the existence of everything else, you know? Yeah, it's interesting to hear just a little bit more about, like, what other games, how other games are providing answers to certain aspects of VR. Oh, I think that makes sense, Alice Dance. Like, I mean, there's a lot of technologies out there that are marketed too early. Like, oh, this future technology is finally here, and there's all these bugs and kinks to work out still, and the casual user's just like, oh, fuck this, and then they don't, they don't come back to it at all. Oh, yeah, and AR is still a fair ways off, too. Like, there are lots of good AR games that are taking off. Like, you know, Pokemon Go is still being played by millions of people, for instance. And AR, I think, is where most kind of players would really be, really. You know, VR, like, you know, I don't think the headset itself is going to appeal to the average person. Like, even to me, it's like, I don't want to mess up my hair every time I play a video game. Like, no, it's among other things. And, so there's yeah, I just don't see how that would take off. Even Nintendo doesn't really want to pioneer, like, VR tech. Like, they, because they felt like, at least the rationale is that, you know, VR is kind of like an isolationary experience, whereas, you know, they want to create more social experiences for people. And I think there's some merit to the possibility of VR being a social experience, but that's not where their priorities are. And so if you don't have Nintendo's heads working out the problems of VR, well, that just leaves it up to indies to figure it out. And unfortunately, the hardware is still very expensive and not very accessible, so until we get more heads, you know, working out the problems of VR and how to make, you know, that killer app, yeah, it's kind of stuck in where it's at now, I think. And yeah, I do like the synthwave aesthetic. It's pretty nice. It's somehow become overused in recent years, but I still think it's pretty cool. It came back in a huge way. Well, that's fair. Like, synthwave is pretty neat. Just stopped being interesting for me after a while because, like, how overused it was at first during the peak of the craze coming back. It's probably fine now. And I could see that Alice dance. Like, there's certainly a lot of people in the VR space, who would like, become furries for real, etc., etc. Robots are real. And VR does give you the space to, like, explore what that would be like to some degree. The average person, I think, just wants a good video game experience, and there's definitely a lot of good social experiences for VR already, but fun games in VR, like, that's everybody's still figuring out how to make games fun in VR. Like, it took long enough just for everybody to figure out how to not make people motion sick. That's still a problem that's not completely solved. They figured out, if you have like an artificial nose in the VR space, like, that makes you feel more like you are in 3D space and you don't get as motion sick. Like 90 frames per second needs to be the standard. 90 FPS or higher, etc., etc. I'm sure there's still more problems to solve in that area. But again, I think it'll be a lot easier when the hardware is more accessible first. Like right now, if you want something really good, it costs you a pretty penny. Hmm. That would be pretty nice. Yeah, you would feel a lot more immersed in the experience if you could see, like, your avatar's nose. I think that would add another layer of complexity to avatar creators, but the end user experience would probably be a lot more engrossing. At least I think so. Oh, hello, Slayer. Good to see you as well. Yeah, making his eyes look serious instead of mopey is going to be a challenge. I think it's why it looked so girly originally. Just the eyes are really big and shiny and. This is a hard problem to solve. Yeah, I can see that being an issue with hugging and such in VR. Yeah. I just have no idea where your nose is. As far as Spade Sprite Slayer, we still have a pretty long list over here, as you can see. We have a lot to do still. Like, I've spent so much time just being stuck on the spring animation. This is one of the harder ones to do. I think we'll be on a downhill slope after we're done with this one. Like, swimming is just tedious. You got the same pose throughout, just a lot of frames. KO, it's like 5 frames. Each would be unique with no copy pasta, but 5 frames, easy peasy. Revive's not that hard. victory animations don't have that many frames either. You know, just and even if we need like a backflip for the boostering animation, no, not too bad. But yeah, it's just getting this one last really difficult animation knocked out that we're trying to do, and it's not relinquishing its results very easily. Then guess Arca really likes this one. This track on the soundtrack, I mean. Yeah, this is one idea I could borrow from the original Sprite at least, you know, just at least I think I can. Let's see. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, that's too dramatic. Unfortunately. Would look better, but wouldn't look consistent. So... You have to be so fickle, Spade. Probably at least figure out where the smile can go in the meantime. Oh, as always, yes. I don't know what isn't difficult in Freedom Planet's context, though. I really don't. Like, you really have to suffer for your furries with this kind of series. You really do. Oh, you mean personality-wise, yeah. That would make sense. Well, it kind of doesn't matter what character you're working with in Freedom Planet, you're gonna have a hard time with them. Especially if you're not a very experienced artist like I am. Still have a long ways to go with my art journey. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Oh. Not sure what that ID would be. I get on so many tangents. I can't keep up with them all. Hmm. 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 Oh. Hmm. Oh, there's lots of thoughts I can leave down, I think. Hmm. I don't think Spade would appreciate that. He never did his homework. Doesn't matter if he would have learned something. Hmm. Hmm. Super specific thing. Hmm? Oh boy. Yeah, I want this to look like a cool smile rather than a girly one. Hmm. Object is shiniest when it's tilted away from us. Hmm. Is that like a known phenomenon in like the real world 3D space, or just like an artistic thing that we artists do? That's what I'm curious of. Hmm. Oh. That is one of those paradoxes that breaks my brain. Kind of like trying to wrap your head around water reflections. Just, Hmm. 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 Water reflections are called caustics in 3D effects engineering. Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. 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 Oh, yeah, it would help if the hair here was like cutting a bit more. The shape of the head here. Hmm. Hmm. No, I hadn't. I didn't play FB2 enough to notice that. Hmm. Meaning is at least that furthest frame. Shiny glasses effect. Oh, so you mean like the glasses furthest away from us needs to be a little shiny? Or that, like the glasses, oh, Oh, that makes me think of rim lighting. I wonder if that's like a similar thing. Or adjacent to it. Okay, I'll go ahead and send it to you then. It'll be the first time you've helped out here. Okay, gonna put up the privacy screen, y'all. You didn't see anything. Single frame here. Go. Let me move the privacy screen. Oh, whoops. Okay, it is sent. Hmm. 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 I wonder if that's a bit more in line. With what you meant, I mean. Hmm. So I just realized it'd probably help if his eyes were wider from this perspective. Because now one thing that anime eyes do is like for male characters they're wider than female eyes. That's just what they do. Yeah, that already looks more boyish. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, girl eyes in anime at least tend to be like more narrow. Like even if they're like really huge, they're still like their proportions are just like less wide than the boys. Well, I don't know syntax. I think, once you have 100 pieces of music to work with, naming everything is just too much trouble. And, as Punchy so perfectly explained it before, like, the staff's creative spirit was kind of taken by this game, so I guess there was a certain point where there was no motivation to do it. Like, they finished the game up to spec and they put it on the market. Called it a day. Sometimes it's all you can do. Oh. See, okay, privacy screen going back up again. Okay, let's grab this. Okay, copy image. Oh, whoops. There we go. Remove privacy screen. Okay, let's copy this over here. Yeah, this looks like this will respect perspective better than what I had to. Well, there's a lot going on here in this little edit. Glasses appear more opaque. Oh yeah, it was definitely rough. Like, as far as I understand it, like, Sabrina kind of like did a lot of like the first half of the game herself, and then needed to lean more and more on the rest of the team for the rest of the game. It's pretty rough, like deciding, oh, you're gonna make a game bigger than your first one, then you get as far as you did with your first game, and you realize, oh my god, what have I got myself into? Just... Like, even, like, Deltarune Chapter 1, that was already as big as Undertale was. And it took them forever to make, just... And that makes sense, Alstance. The glass is being more opaque, so we shouldn't be able to see his eyes from this angle, basically. And that's good by me. It's less for me to worry about drawing. So I appreciate the help. This is it make getting the perspective right a lot easier. Oh dear lord. I don't know how Deltarune's ever going to be finished. Like, Toby wanted to make this grand game that's like so big. I don't know if most people who loved Undertale are even going to sit through all of the chapters. Like, you can only ask so much out of people with these grand RPGs. Like, you can only ask so much. Well, the episodic format doesn't really... I think the industry has overall made it clear that episodic stuff just doesn't work. Toby might end up being the exception to the rule, but it doesn't change that the rule is there. Like, even Way Forward saw the writing on the wall with Risky's Revenge, and they were like, you know what, we're just going to make this a standalone game, and then finish this off with a much bigger game for the next one. I think most reasonable developers probably saw the writing on the wall with that. That's crazy to think, Alice Dance, that this was the game he wanted to make, and Undertale was the game he had to make. And Undertale still ended up having so much heart that it spoke to a lot of people still. The fact that, you know, both Deltarune and Undertale having mostly the same characters just makes even more sense now. Now that you mention that. Exactly 5 hearts. Yeah, Deltarune is an anagram or something of Undertale as well. Now, this kind of lighting is something I'll need to keep in mind for future sprites, because like I've gotten so used to like darkening parts of characters that are just further away from the camera. It's going to be good to keep in mind for reflective materials. Yeah, just try to add some rim lighting to it. Oh. Is that a Captain Planet reference I see? The power is yours. Oh yeah, this needs to be further in this direction as well. Let's see. Yeah, Tiger Falls is pretty nice. You know, I still would have liked, you know, Tiger Falls to have like an autumn theme to it, because like the game doesn't really have an autumn theme anywhere, and it would have made sense, you know, with Shuigan being so wintry, you know, just have like a nice transition into the winter setting. Because, you know, we already had Dragon Valley for the greens, you know, like, why not have some oranges? I just felt like we had a missed opportunity there. Hard to go planet. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, that's funny. Just it's funny to think about. It's been years and years since I've seen Captain Planet. never forgot the character designs, I just can't remember the plot points very much. Yeah, if I make like any graphics mods, I would absolutely like turn Tiger Falls into like an autumn setting. Like I think, you know, like those golden colors plus the water would have been like a fantastic mix. Like blue and brown goldish colors, like they just go so well together, I've learned. So yeah, that's what I would have done. Just to keep the game from having too many green biomes in it. Like, it's one thing that's really, really important in an action platformer especially is, like, that biome variety. Like, FP2 is so long, we got 3 green hill zones. I mean... I guess a beach stage doesn't count, but... You know, it's just... I don't hate it, it's just like, oh, missed opportunity moment, you know? Yeah, I suppose I could try that, honestly. Just, if I knew how to make Freedom Planet 2 mods, like, I'm just kind of leaning on Kupo to get all these sprites in the game, for instance. But I'll have to I'll have to figure that out on my own if I do make FP2 mods. And a lot of my mods would just be like what-if scenarios, really. For the game. Because, you know, we waited so long for the game to release, we kind of had our own mental image of what it would be like, so then you, years and years and years later, you finally get your hands on it, and your expectations versus the end product is so far divorced from each other, it's kind of disappointing in some ways. And it's just a natural reaction if you're a fan of something, honestly. It's just how you go about that reaction that makes a difference. Like the person who was so upset that we didn't get any reveals about Lilac's dad, that on launch day, no less, that he annoyed Sabrina until she just straight up banned him on the Galaxy Trip server. That was funny and sad. Just like, wow, I get it, you're disappointed. Like, yeah, the game kind of like didn't give us any answers about Lilac's past, really. I felt like I knew her less by FP2's conclusion than more. But, you know, it's no need to harass people for that. That's a bit much. Dear God. Oh. Yeah, I could see an Angel Island comparison at least. Autumn colors. Oh. Well, I'll definitely have to look at that later then. Alice Dance, yeah. Sounds good to me. Oh, I need to push this back. Actually, as they would say. Too far with that one. Push that a little too far out. Yeah, that's how I tend to say that word nowadays. Just make it just as obvious as possible that, yeah, oh Lord. Yeah, if you want to like say that word with your tongue in your cheek, you gotta make it sound as dumb as possible, I think. Hmm. Yeah, Shard Desert would be interesting, but also not, because like, if you ask any developers, no art was ever made for it. So we don't know what that would have been like. It was just an idea in somebody's head, and there was never any art made. And there never will be any art made of it. Game's done. So yeah, so whatever interpretation a fan has of it will probably never be anything close to what it would canonically. We don't have anything to go on. Freedom Planet 2's cutting room floor looks like, Stork went and licked up, all the plaster that was left on the floor. Like there ain't much to look at. Snork mention. Personally, my mental image for Shard Desert was like, like vibrant red sand, bright blue skies, that was my mental image at least. And I do want to try something like that with my next game. Something just a little out of the ordinary, It's a platformer. You got at least, you can't have, biome. Like, I think it's kind of boring when, a game basically has like store brand biomes in it. Like, oh yes, here is your green level. Here is your winter level. Here is your jungle level. Here is your Christmas level, Like you're just, like the platform market was so oversaturated at one point, you really needed something different to stand out. Broken family time. Yeah, my mental image was like thinking of like, broken gemstones and things like that. So yeah, that's what my mental image was. But an ancient test site for nuclear weapons would also be interesting, though. Like, yeah, imagine like, if the Bacchanala's weapons had been tested anywhere on the planet, and there'd still be like glassed sand from the crater that was left after the testing, Like, that would be pretty interesting. A dried out, hollowed out husk of a desert after it had been used to test Earth Dragon weapons. Well, you did something, Alice Dance. You inspired fanfics with that idea. Oh boy. Well, ain't that funny? And all it took was nuclear weapons. see. Yeah, I think his eyes need to be wider still, too. That's already a little better. Yeah, that would be interesting to have like a more cursed version of Dragon Valley, where instead of like those arid climate, it's like truly like this crackling arid desert that's like a husk of with remnants of whatever was left in the original biome, like fossilized remains of it. That would be interesting. Yeah, I suppose that would also count, like just wherever the Bakanawa's laser would be fired, rather than, you know, nukes, just nuclear. There. Polymer cast fossils. Ooh, now that would be kind of creepy too. If the, you know, if we had like statues of like animals and whatnot, but they weren't statues. Like the Pompeii volcano disaster, you know, does have some interesting fossilized remains of people that are just as morbidly fascinating as they are horrifying. One of those things you don't want to think about too much. So yeah, that would be kind of interesting. I think your headcanon's onto something there, Alistance. Well, I don't know if it would have, like, you know, done irreparable damage to the tectonic plates in that area, because then, you know, like, large parts of the planet would just not be livable. You know? Not ideal. Ooh, that would be creepy, Alistance. Oh no, Syntax, that would be like way too dark. And like it also kind of be cheesy to connect the protagonist a little too closely to the plot elements. Heavy and brittle. Oh boy. Snork's favorite. Heavy and brittle. Our first plastic. Yeah, I don't think I've even heard of Bakelite myself. I guess it fell out of use that quickly, historically speaking. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. That's extremely recent then. I don't know why I haven't heard of it then. That's interesting. I didn't even know about any of this until now. Yeah, that's something you'd have to be careful with if you wanted to be authentic to the source material syntax. Even FB2 itself kind of indulges in the relationship quite a bit, to the detriment of like other characters that everybody wanted more attention on. And people have mixed feelings about that. Obviously, I don't think it was wrong to have them in the spotlight so much. It's just like, if you only have so much budget to work with it, I think a little bit more balance would have been ideal. So, yeah, but if you want to be authentic to something, like, you can't indulge too much in a hyperfixation. Your hyperfixation's aspect of something you like. Otherwise, you get like a hamburger that's like all cheese and no patty or lettuce or tomato or mustard or ketchup or mayo. It's just a cheese sandwich. And you might like a cheese sandwich like that, but for most people, that's just, they ain't got nothing to go on here. It's not very appealing. Oh, 1890. Dear Lord, that was a very long time ago. Oh. Lots of ketchup ain't good either. Like, I love ketchup, but I don't smother it. Ketchup for me. Go. Okay, maybe I should keep that. Go. Well, let's see how this new frame animates. And as y'all can see, like, yeah, there's a big difference between this one and the original. One definitely looks a lot more like a boy than the other. Let's redo the cells here. Yeah, and I should go ahead and try to Alice dance a little bit in here before I forget. Just a tiny bit lazy. I don't spend too much of stream doing this. There we go. There we go. Alright, now let's see how much better this animates. Moment of truth thing. Dear Lord, that looks so much more on model. Not perfect yet, but should be better. And it passes the mirror test, mostly. That's good. Very important. I wanted 50. Oh, 40%. There we go. Yeah, that is way better, y'all. Whoa, just... We're almost there now. That is so much better. Way happier with this. Now we just need to, yeah, he spins a lot better now. I don't know, Tyler. I think that's like a common thing I see with people in your age group. Like, you know, when I was much younger, I wanted like everything to be darker too. So like I started and didn't finish a very dark comic. You know, people got ripped apart and stuff, and then and my first 3D video game was going to have lots of dark elements that would have went way further than anything Ocarina of Time did, you know, etc., etc. And then when I got older, it's exposed a bit more to the real world. Like, I just, I don't know, I retreated back to the colorful stuff. I didn't want that anymore. Like, you know, I've had to see, like, real blood, surgery rooms soaked like a murder scene, and bones sticking out of flesh. I've had to see things I can't describe on Twitch. And so I've just retreated much, much harder into the colorful, fun things than I used to. It's definitely going to color how I revise my novel manuscripts too. Like, the tonal shifts will be a lot better. That's one of my intentions. Because I did indulge quite a bit in gore in one of them, but now it's like, no, let's tone down on this a bit. Maybe a lot, even. Like, just, you know, it really depends for people too, because even, you know, some people, when they're exposed to real life horror and whatnot, you know, they still play horror games. You know, nothing really stops you from enjoying what you like. But in my case, it's like, I've more or less relate to the story of the painter. It was like a little storybook about all of Satan's little antics while trying to mess with humans. in the human world, and in one of those stories, there was this painter who lived a pretty happy life. But all of his paintings were just horrible, evil, even, and Satan loved him. He had like a whole gallery of just this painter's art, so he decided to like make this artist's life a bit more like his inspiration. And so he made this artist's life horrible. And then something happened. The artist's paintings started to become more beautiful, more colorful, and lifelike, lively, and happy. And that it frustrated Satan. He couldn't understand what he did to just make this artist's craft change so much. And that's how I feel about the darker things that people want. So I don't judge people for wanting the edgier things. I just think they're not yet at the end term of their life where they would decide for themselves, if this is really what they want from their media or not. And for some people to like that in their media anyway, of course. But I just feel like maybe some people probably haven't seen enough fucked up shit to really know if they're still going to want that in their media later down the road. So, yeah. And yeah, I definitely had a Samurai Pizza Cat's face for a while. Gothic atmosphere, high quality stage, better voice actors. That sounds pretty elaborate, Alice Dance. I do like Gothic aesthetics a lot. Like, it's a very nice aesthetic, even, I'd say. It's one thing I liked about Dishonored, like it went all in on like the Victoria area steampunk this thing, and it was really cool. You could have either your happy ending or your dark ending, depending on how hard you wanted to go in the swordplay. Yeah, I would also agree with that, Kubo. Like, sometimes you don't need to show it. Like, I do feel like, things like the Bacchanal would have been more rewarding, narratively speaking, if it was like a more prominent character in the story. Like, it could have been the perfect vehicle for like exploring some of the crust of Avalas's dark past, like the tragedies of that world and how much that Bacchanal itself would represent that. But it doesn't. It just kind of exists. It's like, oh yeah, so we've got this old ship that we dug out of the ocean. We're going to use it as a super weapon now. Like, absolutely destroyed my expectations for it. Like, oh my god, like, it was so prominently featured in, like, the announcement trailer, and yeah, no, it turned out to... Bacchanal turned out not to be that consequential of a thing on the storytelling. It really made me sad. Like, that could have been the perfect vehicle for, like, going into those darker elements without showing them, like you said, but we don't get that. We get a new world-ending threat of the week. Like, it's just... that's lame to me. Now, granted, unlike some people, I didn't harass the developers over it. Like, we're human. We get disappointed in things that didn't match our expectations. Like, that happens. Not the end of the world. There's always Marathon if I wanted to indulge on that a little bit. Marathon's just the reason why I expected more from it, because, like, ooh, there was already, like, a very cool exploration of, you know, exploitation in the space age. So it would have been interesting to see a furry take on that, and we didn't get it. Aww. Oh, it would be nice to see more of Tim Burton's style of things again, honestly. Like, I do still like me some Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, it's still a good, wholesome time. Like, I even kind of relate a little bit to characters in that movie a bit more now at this age, because it's like, you know, even the Pumpkin King got tired of all the scaring, and the Ghost and Goblin gimmick wanted something different for a change. I should tell you something. And he got his wish. Bit off more than he could chew. You know, it was an interesting story. Hmm. 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 Oh yeah, it's still a beautiful, tragic ending, I'd say. Like, I feel like some of the most emotionally gripping stories kind of have like some element of tragedy to them. My experience. Like even Undertale's ending, you know, it's one of the reasons I cried over the good ending, supposedly, is like just you know, the implications of you know, like, you know, the sacrifices that had to be made for, you know, the monsters to leave the mountain and reintegrate into society. You know, like the sacrifice was pretty steep. You know, Prince Azrael had to give up his lucidity and emotions for that to happen, and that was really sad. Like, that broke me, you know. Like, I think that's what makes a truly gripping ending. Like, you know, if you just have an ending where, oh, everyone's happy and gets what they wanted, you know, etc., happily ever after at the end, like, that's not as interesting for some reason. Like, we need something more for a story to feel like it's earned its ending, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard not to... certainly hard to do that. Like, you know, even with Disney's happy endings, you know, there's always at least one person, you know, that loses something in the process. If it's not the villain, it's someone else who has to make peace with the consequences of the ending. You know, like Jafar getting his wish that ultimately ends up screwing him over really badly. You know, things like that. And I think that's why some people were upset by FP2's ending, because, like, nobody got punished. Everyone was just like, oh, everyone's alive, everything's okay, the end, you know, just... like, no bloodshed or anything. I do get that the story was trying to, like, do something different, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Just trying to show mercy where it's normally not given. Trying to be subversive, basically. But yeah, there's not like any real tragedy that happens in FP2's ending, at least. you just get a cliffhanger. That's your tragedy. See you in 9 years. See, but it's not like they meant for that to be the end result. Like originally they meant for the game to have like a 3 to 4 year development cycle. So of course, another sequel to explain the rest of the story would have just followed from that. But then, the game ended up taking nearly 8 years to make, but it's like, oh, well, just, oof. So, I think the real tragedy of Freedom Planet is that each game kind of took something from Sabrina herself. Like, it's still kind of chilling to me that even like during the Freedom Planet anniversary stream from like a year or two ago, it's like she just outright said, this game nearly killed me. Just nonchalantly, like, wow, I don't think I could have done that. Just, and then Freedom Planet 2 gave her an RSI injury while trying to rush the game out for a spring release window. Like, each game has taken something from her, and it's no wonder to me now that if there are to be more Freedom Planet sequels, she would just kind of have like be another studio working on it, and she'd just be like, somewhere on the production staff helping out, advising, not being the one to make it herself. Even Pedal Crash 2 is of a scope that Ashley couldn't do it alone. Like, they're kind of like on a director style role for that one. Well, that I don't really know. Syntax, I don't really know where her passion for the series lies. It's probably just, I just feel like the kind of thing she wanted to make is just like almost unsustainable in the indie space, at least. I've had to come to grips with that myself with this fan game. Like, I bit off way more than I could chew from the start. I'm just like only finishing it because I'm committed to finishing what I start. But most people would have like gotten to the 3-year mark that I did, and they would have just decided to cancel it from there. Whereas I'm like, I'm tired of having a million canned fan games. I want to finish this one. But it has been difficult. Now, it's not really something I could say for certain, like how she really feels about it. Like, we can't speak for other people. I try not to, at least. Like, we could do a lot of harm trying to speak on other people's behalf, frankly. But just, everyone was really tired at the end of the FP2's development. Like, really tired. To say the least. Maybe a little jaded in some ways, but really tired. That's like the mood that I got while being in the private beta testing server. It was like a really disquieting kind of tiredness with the whole thing. At least for me, it's like it almost killed my own passion to finish the van game. Just seeing like somebody being at the end of the rope with something they're working on like that. But hopefully, in retrospect, like, she feels better about the game's development. She just really wanted it to be done. And now that it is done, like, it's probably easier to make peace with the fact that, game's out there now. It's behind her. It's not part of her daily life anymore. Etc., etc. It's probably easier just to live with it in retrospect versus like when you're still stuck in the trenches with the thing, you know? That's where it really bites you the most. Yeah, that's the thing, Louis, too. Like, the kind of scope that Freedom Planet is it's unsustainable for an indie, frankly. Like, the scope of it's just really big, you know, like fully voiced cutscenes in a platformer at all. Like, there's just so many moving parts to these kind of games. It's and I'm cutting my teeth on that myself, and I'm seeing just how difficult it is. And I was like I'd already estimated that I would have less stages than Freedom Planet 1, but I've cut the scope back even further with Freedom Planet Academy. It's like, yeah, no, I did say 11 stages originally. No, I'm thinking 9 now. Because I would like the project to have like all the little trimmings and things that I'd like it to have, while also being a finished thing that people can enjoy. I kind of want it to have a lot of the little things that FP2 just couldn't have because the scope of it was too grand. Well, thank you, Argo. Well, I'm sorry, Trailing. It's just like there's really nothing for me to work with. Like the hair covers most of the eyes, and it's not like you would finish the front-facing body. So I really had nothing to use. Like I've got the I had them up earlier. Like I'd shown them earlier in the stream, but I was like, no, I just really didn't like the hair covering up the eyes. Just didn't look good to me aesthetically, so that's why I was just doing this. Well, no, I don't think that would have made people happy, Lewis, who just perspective switching. Like, people prefer to stick to their favorite characters, and the playstyles change so much between characters in Freedom Planet. Like, forcing somebody to play as Carol for a stage, or Mila, is just... they're not going to want to replay the game, because they'll be stuck playing a character they hate every time. Like, that just wouldn't work. It's very much an all-or-nothing thing. A more reasonable thing to do would have been to cut stage count down. Like 14 or 16 stages instead of like 24. Like that was clearly the part that broke the camel's back. Like, you can't make a game that big in a timely fashion when you've just got like, maybe 30 people or so working on it, and even then, they couldn't be that available all the time. And nor did Sabrina have that much money to give them at a time, too. Like, commissions just came when Freedom Planet 1 had some sales upticks, so... yeah. Oh. Yeah, that was kind of a thing I felt, too, by the end of FP2's campaign, Lewis, who... I don't mean to make this a complaining stream, y'all, just, I'm a fan just like you. I'm not an officially licensed developer for Galaxy Trail or anything. I don't speak for them. I just make things, and they're cool with it, So, of course, I run my mouth a little bit sometimes. You know, if I was like, you know, somebody on their payroll, I'd probably have my trap shut so tight you would never hear anything out of me. But no, they didn't even pay me for the QA stuff I did. I didn't get paid shit, you know. It's just like, hey, can you be sure the game doesn't crash on a full playthrough? I still had a lot of things to write about the game anyway, much to their sanity's chagrin, but still. Yeah, that was like the premise of me being part of the project for the last 3 weeks of it. Oh no, it'd make more sense if the bangs were that high rather than the head hair. What's wrong with me? Oh lord, I feel so dumb. Like, I'm not in a huge rush to start the next game. Like, I kind of like this blissful phase where I'm just kind of working on assets for it as I can. Like, I would obviously like to spend more time on it throughout the week, but, you know, this fan game needs to be done first. Like, I'm way more afraid of, like, not finishing the fan game before people lose interest in it completely. Like, that's my thing I'm scared of. So, I'm not burnt out. I'm just trying to, like, get this thing in a shippable state so I can brag about it on my resume and get a programming job. And hopefully get it out the door before other fans lose interest in playing it. You know, that's like my concern. But, you know, but I do kind of like this blissful phase of the next game's project where just, I'm just making sprites, you know, putting the thing together, and it's fun. That freshness of the project is so nice. It reminds me of like when I was first making video games. It was just this beautiful feeling where it's like, I feel like I'm back where I started, you know, that I started my game development journey with a red-headed OC, and now here I am doing it again with a red-headed robot, and it's beautiful. Now, I've cried a couple of times while doing sprites for the next game. I'm very excited about it, but I'm not burnt out on this project either. The only reason I was burning myself out was trying to rush it out the door, and it wasn't working. Like, I was burning some bridges in real life trying to get it out the door faster, and hurting my sanity. Once I stopped doing that, it was like, oh, I was just fine with working on the fan game. And there were some people who tried to disenchant me from Free to Planet, you know, just, and that almost worked. Then I was like, you know, being jaded about things is the wrong conclusion to take from anything that comes to us in life. So I kind of like distanced myself from jaded people, and like, you know, you had some, like, I empathize, you had some bad things happen to you. Or some bad experiences, rather, but your takeaway from it was, like, apathy. The kind of apathy that sucks all the oxygen out of the room. This kind of makes you hate people rather than find inspiration in them. It's just like, no, I don't vibe with this. Anybody who just has an apathetic, jaded perspective on game development and the industry, you have like no hope for it. Like, no, you people are poison to me. Go away. 100%. Disappear. Eat yourself into the bushes. Go away. You're not just ruining my fun, you're making the industry a worse place. That perspective can jump off a fucking cliff. If I ever meet someone as jaded as that again, I'm gonna be like, no, you need to like snuff this out right now. Oh, absolutely, Trey Lena. Like, I saw that as well. Like, you know, somebody invited me to like a cool indie game developer club server of sorts, and it was just like years ago, and no, and all, you know what, all they did, they like complained and gossiped and bitched and moaned to the degree that made me think, do y'all even make games? Y'all are just like in here gossiping about garbage all day. This go like cyclically talking about the same things even as y'all add new people to the mix here. It's just like, it hurt me for a time just to see that happen. I was like, you know, I thought a lot of you left the AAA side of the industry to get away from the bad things that happen in the office, but here you are, like, not letting go of those habits, not letting go of the shit that made you leave that environment. Like, I'll just behave in like high schoolers who never got the memo that, yeah, all this gossiping and back talk and not communicating with the people you need to be talking to, like, all this is very dysfunctional behavior. You've been out of high school for like 10-something years. Grow up. But fortunately, they don't speak for the indie scene as a whole. It's just, you know, there's just some people out there who just make themselves very easy to blackmail. If you, I would say, just oh. I wouldn't even say it's like old habits. It's just like, you know, this is just like low quality behavior, you know, that, you know, certain environmental pressures should have like filed off somebody's soul at this point, and it just ain't. Yeah, just no, and some of those people tried to push me off a freaking planet, like that kind of attitude, and my relationship with the series has kind of healed since then. So I have no problem finishing this project. It's kind of a shame that that happened. It was ugly. Like, I was gonna finish the project regardless, but there was a point where I was just like, nah, I'm just finishing this because I need a job. But now it's like, my passion is also back on track, so that's good. And that's what, you know, is really going to hopefully make a better game. Not just shipping a game because you had to, but because you want to. You, like, people can tell when you put your heart into something, I think. They can see it. You know, it's, like, and I certainly couldn't see that in the kind of people that I was in contact with for a brief time. Like, some of these people just seemed like they were only still in the industry because they didn't know anything else. They didn't have any other specialization that would allow them to exit the industry. Just kind of here because they have to be. And those aren't the people I take inspiration in. Yeah, it's not a fun syntax. That's why my brain looked like it was falling out in 2022. Just, I was still like, still fresh off of that happening, and yeah, I was just stepped on a whole lot of rakes. But I'm over it now. That's the important thing. Gotta be over it at some point. And another thing that really pushed me away from that behavior is, like, you know, eventually figuring out You know, there's a certain part of us that revels in being angry and complaining about things, and one of the nurse friends I have explained to me, you know, there is a positive hormonal response from that too. Like, it's not just, you know, little social quirk of how we function. It's literally a brain thing. You know, we get a positive hormonal response, like some serotonin or whatever, when we're like gossiping, being negative and bitchy and complaining about things. And I guess it makes it hard to drop that kind of behavior if you're not aware of the ways it's hurting you. Some people revel in being angry and stupid, you know, just it's so it's just further pushing you away from that behavior, because it's like, like, bitching is a hell of a drug, basically. If I'm addicted to being a butt munch, yes, Marco. Yeah, it's very easy to fall into that kind of trap, Argo, I think. But, you know, once we're aware, like, that's how the brain works, I think it's up to us to use that information to better ourselves. It's when we don't that depresses me. And what pushed me away from a lot of people is like, just sorry, I can't vibe with that. Just nope. Nope. Keep me far away from people who are just so jaded and desperately need a therapist. If that's the conclusion one has gotten out of life or industry they're in, they really need some help. And unfortunately for me, I am not a therapist. I do not have the language or the mental tools to help somebody in that scenario, so it's better for me to just walk away when I see it. All you can do is step on more rakes, trying to push against the grain, and some people very stubbornly want to stay the way they are. And there are good and bad aspects to that. Like, so I'm constantly evaluating, you know, is this like a good trait I want to keep? Is this a trait that makes me who I am? In a good way. That's a very difficult thing to stare down and swallow, I think, for a lot of people. But I guess, you know, as someone who's transgender, I thought a lot about my identity and who I am as a person a lot more than a normal person would. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got FP2's music on a shuffle, so the DJ of the RNG seed hit the nail on that one. Probably. Yeah, this is where we're going to need some asymmetrical details on his sprite. Oh, yeah, that's always a healthy question to ask ourselves, yes, is, like, you know, if this is what we want in life. Because, you know, making a decision like that, you know, it's very life-changing. Whether it changed your life in a positive or negative way, it's good to be sure you want to commit to that first. That's why we do have, like, some rail guards in place to keep people from, like, jumping into this sort of thing too easily. I've seen some trans people complain about the barriers to getting hormones, like, oh, it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Honestly, there's just enough barriers to keep people from, like, doing more harm to themselves than good. It's very easy to fall into the trap thinking like, you know, maybe this is my identity, without really thinking that hard about it. Like, sometimes we do make decisions without doing the proper soul searching and research first, and we have a hard time living with the price of that. Now, statistically speaking, most people who transition are very happy and never want to go back, of course. But those statistics won't matter to you personally if you end up being on the opposite end of that statistic. Like, that's a threat to your personal happiness. It's no longer abstract anymore. You know, so it's healthy to be sure that that's what you want. Like, I'm glad I thought about it first. Like, I know I'm very committed to being a woman. Like, this city that I'm living in now has only ever known me as one. And I'm proud of that. And I don't have a hard time convincing therapists that I need hormone replacement therapy. Like, it's very obvious to them that, yeah, I'm very committed to being a woman. Very committed. More so than some, even, probably. Like, because, you know, there are a lot of transgender women, you know, just give me boobs and girl clothes, I'm good. But, you know, I, like, spend so much time on my makeup and shaving my body hair and, like, plucking my facial hairs. Like, I go a bit more extra than the average person, by far, and I'm aware of this. Like, it's, I'm not to say that makes me better or anything, it's just like I'm a little extra and I know it. So I try not to push that on other people. I just suggested to him, like, yeah, this is one thing you can do to give yourself a little more dignity with this identity while you're figuring out how to get laser hair removal surgery, etc., etc. I don't push that on them. That's just not how it works. Oh, same, Traylina. I hate armpit hair so much. Like, I first, like, started genuinely shaving my body hair when I was 25, and I've never looked back. And that was 10 years ago now. Like, I much prefer most of my body without that. Yeah, that's what I hate about armpit hair. It's just it kind of hangs on to the sweat and the stink. It just makes being sweaty that much more insufferable for me. Just like, ugh. Makes me even less comfortable in my own skin. So at least, you know, when the sweat can just, you know, do its thing across its skin instead of, like, sticking hairs in there. Like, ugh. I think that's how a lot of people feel, Argo. Yeah, but it's not a universal thing. Like, a lot of people shave their body hair for a variety of reasons. Some even religious. I think it's a more common sentiment than it used to be. I was saying, Traylina, I would even say, like, the deodorant was even worse with armpit hair, because, you know, you get, like, all the, like, you know, with dry deodorant, like, you just get, like, white powdery gel stuck all over the armpit hairs, and it looks really nasty. And, yeah. Not pleasant. Like that. And then if you use, like, spray on deodorant, like, the armpit hair is just soaked for a time, and then it gets all sweaty and gross again. Let's see, oh, you too, huh, Argo? Oh, Lord. Thought that was just a me thing. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's right. The glasses are going to be pretty high up too. Oh. Yeah, you're not alone in that, Trelina. Like, I do see. Like, I do talk to women who hate their little blonde mustache as well. And they make razors just for shaving that off, too. Like, very gentle razors. Just for shaving those little blonde hairs. I don't know if I can recommend it, though, because, yeah, the hair might come back thicker and blacker, so it's like, no, I guess waxing's the only way to go with that. It's not unusual for women to wax a mustache off. Like, I do see a lot of, because of my hospital job, I see a variety of people, and there's a lot of women who just straight up have, like, a full-on mustache. It's really funny. But they don't care. More power to them, if that's how they feel about their identity and body. But for me, it's unsightly to myself, so I don't want it for myself. But for some people, it's just like, no aptitude to do anything about it. And anybody who would try to force them to do it will just probably make them double down, really, so good luck with that. Yeah, I see those kind of mustaches too, Trey Lato, where they're just faint enough. Like, you basically have to look in direct sunlight to see them. Which is the nice thing, at least. Like, it's not very visible. You have to kind of look for it. My problem as a transgender woman is, like, I'll basically have, like, shaggy facial hair unless I pluck these things out every day. Like, I can't just shave my face every day, because, like, after about 4 hours I already get a 5 o'clock shadow. So I just pluck them out. So that at least for a 12 to 16 hour period I don't have to think about that. It's nice. Aw. Yeah, you have a very acute attention to detail, I think, so that checks out. Wait, no, that does in fact go lower. Yeah, honestly, like, I think wearing makeup is kind of uncommon with women in my experience. Like, for a lot of women, their beauty point is their hair. Like, as long as they got their hair, they don't care. And it still works in the being attractive department for a lot of guys. Like they won't even notice the fact that you don't have makeup on as long as your hair's pretty. They're just like, ooh, hee-hoo peanut, that's... that works. It's just a matter of, what you feel suits your personal identity, honestly. In my case, I like having big, heart-shaped lips and kitty cat eyeliner, so that's what I do. That's not a super common experience. We all identify differently, and that's okay. I'd rather people be true to themselves instead of feeling like they have to throw something on their face. Yeah, skincare I think would probably be the best thing, like even if you didn't care about wearing makeup, like just taking care of your facial skin, like that makes you feel better self-esteem wise, and your face feels smoother when you touch it. It's very nice. It's a quality of life thing, I think, even. And people notice, Oh, why is he a snort? Oh Lord. Oh yeah, that's right, there's highlights that I'm missing here. Well, I mean, there's more to it than that, really, like, because we have, like, dead skin buildup very badly with our faces, and it, depending on your skin side, whether it's oily or dry, it can be very exacerbated by that. So, like, one thing that's like what I would call like preventative skincare is like taking care of your face. Like, I know even some guys who still look like they're in their late 20s when they're like in their 50s just because they take care of their skin. Like, I don't think it can really be understated just what a little bit of skincare can do for you. And depending on genetics, you may want to take care of it even more so. But some people do have it easy. Like, I've noticed. Like, I know somebody who like barely does anything to her face and she just looks perfect, Some people they just got it, they were born with it. That's why I think, maybe she's born with it, the Maybelline line, is such a lie, because it's like, well, if she was born with it, then she's not going to need this makeup product at all, just, the cake is a lie here. If you were born with it, you don't need it. You don't need this makeup. You're wearing the makeup because you weren't born with something that you wanted, I wished I had bigger lips, so I paint my lips to look bigger, Oof. Yeah, acne is no fun. Like, it's bad for your self-esteem and your personal comfort. I had acne real bad as a teenager, and I don't miss it. It was a terrible curse to have. Yeah, I don't know what dairy does to acne in particular, but there's alternatives now. Like, I just recently got some almond milk. Tastes just as good as, like, dairy milk, so I don't miss it now. I don't think acne is one of those things you ever grow out of, really. Honestly, it's a condition that affects everybody, more or less. Like, I was expecting to grow out of acne, and then I never did. Oh, hello, Alice Dance. Oh, that's good, at least. Yeah, I know, like, table salt already has some iodine in it as well. Oh. Well, I hope they get back to you, Alice Dance. But in the meantime, you're more than welcome here. Oh. Oh, that's funny. That's how it goes sometimes, Alice Dance. You throw a complaint into the ether and then it comes back to you like, oh no, you don't complain about this. Yeah, I agree with that, Trailer. You know, like, I feel like a lot of acne creams do work, but they take weeks and weeks to really do their job because, like, you know, it's an issue that goes more than just skin deep, like under like multiple layers of skin. So it takes a while for you to really start seeing the benefits of it. But yeah, it won't really like fix what's causing the acne. It's just like another product you have to pay for because like you didn't want to do a dietary change or something. Well, I don't want to stop eating pizza all day every day, so now I just gotta buy this to make up for it. I don't know about that, Lou, too. Like, my sister had acne problems too, and the only reason I didn't see it as much because she spent a lot of time religiously popping those blackheads and whatnot, trying to keep her face clear. So I think I'm genetically predisposed to having acne. There's no way around it. Would be nice if I had less of it, but I'm not counting on it at least. I just want real boobies. That's all I want. Just give me a softer face and allow me to like grow these silicone breasts out. That's what I want. Let's see. This is starting to look a lot more consistent now. Oh yeah, like, you know, we all produce some testosterone, really. Like, women naturally produce a little bit, men produce egregiously more, etc., etc. Like, we've got all the different hormones inside of us, just like hormone replacement therapy just kind of like changes which hormones have more dominance over the other. It's a very invasive thing that you have to weigh the risks of very carefully. And I've had my time to think about it. You have to find some creative way to give the silicone the sundial. Now, I guess I do, Argo. That does sound like a funny idea. I just don't have anything that's coming to mind right now. Okay, no, this needs to go further down. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. More dancing duskies. Hmm. Let's see. I think we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, truly, like there are instances where some women get more testosterone than normal. Like sometimes a genetic thing. Um, it does happen. Um, you wouldn't be unusual in that, at least. And if it was like a concern for yourself, like there'd surely be resources to look into. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it'd probably be a genetic predisposition in that case. Oh, whoops, that's right, the nose would be much further out, too. Yeah, I could see that being annoying, honestly. Also, I just realized we're a little off model. Like Spade's got some gray frames over here. I don't know. I've heard plenty of people scream just fine, honestly. But it's a matter of practice. Some people, unfortunately, are very dysfunctional, have plenty of practice screaming. I've seen it. In my case, like, I never scream, so when I do want to, it just sounds like a dry heave. It doesn't sound like anybody trying to scream. I've fortunately not really felt the need to scream about a lot of things in life. Like, you just kind of learn to control what you can and what you can't, and work around what you can't, and just try not to let that eat you alive. You can only drive yourself mad doing that. Oh, that sounds scary. Dear Lord, that sounds painful too. I felt that. Ooh. My kidney would have screamed over that too. It's scary. Getting your hair stuck in something, you got no one to help. I guess. Ooh. That's rough. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Oh, yeah, I could see the issue. Like, I've seen plenty of garden swings as well. Oh. Well, at least somebody was there for you. Help comes from the least likely places sometimes. Never know where a human angel might be looking out for us, honestly. Oh boy. Let's try to like not have this side mouse syndrome. Not to that degree. Alright, let's see how this looks compared to the old version. No, I don't need a circular copy. That's very different. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. I know the climbing animation is a real pain. It's a lot of frames to deal with. One thing at a time. Yeah, it looks like we have a much more consistent animation we got going. That is so much better. Yeah, now it just... What I'm gonna do now is like try to finish up the legs and call it a day for the stream, and then during like next week's stream we can like shade it up real good and get some of the costume errors fixed up in the others that I've done. But yeah, that's looking a lot better. Now just imagine, y'all, I spent like nearly 5 hours just fixing problems with this animation before I could then probably spend another 4 or 5 hours shading it later. So yeah, let's figure out what's going on with the legs. Oh, he's absolutely not morally okay. Absolutely not. He is not a good boy. Everybody likes him. So, I think this foot would be best for getting this sorted out. Hmm. So what if we de-emphasize this foot? Hmm. Oh yeah, if we want it to be consistent with the other foot, we need to move this down. Hmm. 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 Copy this one. Oh wow. Felt a fair bit tired there for a second. Hmm. I think I'll be okay. Just need to like stay awake long enough to do this and then go nap before work, I guess. Hmm. 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 Let's see. Hmm. See how this looks. Inclusion of legs does help a bit. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. We have an animation to shade now, at least. That's something. And I might want to make the legs asymmetrical on the mirrored sprites so that they animate better. But we'll see what happens when I start shading it. And hey, we got it now. We did it, y'all. Get rid of head on this one. There we go. Wondering if that went. That's how I know I've been streaming long enough. I had a little micro dream and somebody at work was saying goodbye, Avery. That's like, yeah, I think we've done a thing today. Next week we can then shade this and have a nice looking spring animation for everybody. Alright. Oh, and we got the perfect song to end this on too. Spade's home region, probably. But yeah, I want to thank you all for coming today. Even the voices are wishing you sweet dreams, yes. So yeah, appreciate everybody for coming today. I think we had a productive stream. We got the animation unshaded done. Next week we'll shade this and fix some costume errors. We're doing it again at the same time, Saturday, 3 p.m. EDT. And if you want to watch the development of my game project as well, like that I normally put a full-time effort into, we stream those on Tuesday around 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. So we also do that. Yeah, good night. So yes, regardless of which one you want to watch, look forward to seeing y'all again very soon. Bye.